You what my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
they're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are
to new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos and the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looked really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do is not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team, and so I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to bars to defend.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like when a community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up. I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone, we're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us.
they really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
Hi, I'm Chris Roberts. Ever since I saw Star Wars as a wide-eyed 8-year-old, I dreamt of being a hotshot pilot saving the galaxy, or a lovable rogue making my way across the cosmos. It inspired me to make Wing Commander and has influenced everything I've done since then. 10 years ago, after 20 years of making games, I was burned out, so I took a break. But I never stopped playing games nor loving them. And now, I'm ready to come back, and I'd like to show you something I've been working on. But I don't want to build any old game. I want to build a universe. I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do until now. One that you can fly off a carrier fighting heroic war on the front lines, but also one that you can muster out and find your own fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship takes you. I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI. And I want this to be as good or better than any other game out there. And I want to actively push boundaries of what you can do in a game. None of this would have been even possible 2 years ago. But with Moore's Law driving PC performance and cost, and the gaming community embracing talented developers via crowdfunding, I believe it is possible today. I've never been accused of having a small vision, and so I thought it was best if I share my ambition with you visually. I'm pretty excited by how it's turned out, so why don't you come join me for a sneak peek. 10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online in Austin, Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived. I did say that I've never been accused of having a small vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we've celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed CitizenCon, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Horizon last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year. But the most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes, 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work, the development, and our online teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been, and the increasing amount of features and content that are available making for viable daily gameplay, even in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we're filming this ship from. All of this is down to your patience and support. Building a game with the scale, detail, and scope of Star Citizen, as it is conceived today, that allows us to seamlessly go anywhere from inside to outside, from space to planet, with no loading screens, all with millimeter detail, with everything being explorable, persistent, interactable, with thousands of players online together, and the visual quality of the biggest AAA games is perhaps the most ambitious goal that has ever been set off towards in gaming. I am both humbled and thankful of being in the position of chasing my dream to build a truly immersive universe. And it has only been possible by building it outside the traditional publisher system, with a direct relationship to our secret source, you, our community. The strength of the Star Citizen community is the real unwritten headline to our longevity and future. The connections and friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year, we've had 140 Bar Citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida. The Chinese Bar Citizen had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the Retribution Super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully, next year we can return to an in-person CitizenCon, and I and the rest of the team at CIG will have the chance to spend some time with you in person. But for now, let's get the show on the road. 10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you the only constant. You may have thought it was green screen, but we need something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game of the future. Here's a dedication plaque. The only constant in game development is change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship. Prototype by Roberts Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyards, Earth, Sol 3. Launched October 2952, Manchester Starport. Captain Jared Huckabee. Jared, that wasn't the deal. You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Oh, that must have gone to my junk folder.
Take a seat.
Okay, that's not bad. It's quite a nice little setup here, isn't it?
We've been talking about this on and off since 2015.
I know, I had to do something to get you over to the UK.
Hey, you know, he knows what I like. So what do you have?
Well, let's do a science fiction drink. Can you do a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster?
Pangalactic Gargle Blaster. No, I can do this really dry martini that we had pre-prepared before shooting.
Wow.
Hey, it's our first show. We gotta start small.
Look at that.
Hey, we'll get better. So what do we just do?
Well, the past 10 years and the future, the next 10 years and beyond, and the community.
Oh, we did that in another area. Cheers.
And cheers.
We didn't even plan that. All right.
Wow.
All right, so.
That is strong. Ooh, that curve.
That's why we didn't cover that. So what do you think? Look at my jacket. Stegman Cordamon, Voyager. Nice.
It's a bit blingy. I mean, you do look like you're a Knight of the Roxbury.
Yeah. Knight of the Roxbury. Yeah.
No,
Twinsies.
I know we're twinsy with you.
Twinsies?
No. Let me check the rest of the set out.
But it's tailored.
It looks good on you. Not saying it'd be the same for me. Oh wow, look at all these cool artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact, there's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool. The CitizenCon trophy. Wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah, well, Dave had to hook me up. You're gonna sit in my chair.
I am. It's a very nice chair. I like desk. We've got a bobblehead. This is a great place to interview people from. What's it like sitting over there?
I'm getting a newfound appreciation of how awkward it is on this side. So what do you think? We should start the show?
I think we should start the show.
All right, let's start the show. Our first presentation of the day is Planetary Pyro with our good friend Maximilian Kailish from our Frankfurt studio. He's going to take you on a tour of 6 of the neat locations coming in the upcoming Pyro system, the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations of the day. So take it away, Max. I really want my chair back.
It's a very nice chair. We'll talk about it.
My name's Max. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team today. I'm a senior environment artist and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on in the last 2 years. So I have Pyro 1 open already. It's live in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still going to do like a polish pass on it, so not everything is done, but we still want to show you what we have so far. So the idea behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make do with what we could use. So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue coming in. Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet. So let's jump to one of the blue spots on the planet. I just tweaked like the sun position a little bit to make it look a bit nicer. And then you can see why it's blue. We added like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1. We've used crystals before on Wala, but I think we were a bit too we played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like crystals as ground cover assets. But for Pyro 1, we really wanted to push the shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals here. Heisenberg would be really happy here. Okay, then another interesting thing to highlight here, plants over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a mission on a space station. The mission was scrapped, unfortunately, and ever since then this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault. It's a really cool plant set, and I'm happy that we finally found a spot to use them. So this is another spot I want to highlight. It's also important for us that we do add something memorable to each planet. In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We tried to push the scale of the assets for the Pyro system. We felt like by now we got like the basic rocks and the scattering of the basic rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet, it still needs a polish pass, but I wanted to show you guys what it feels like when you're in-game walking around here. Now I want to show you my personal favorite biome of Pyro 1. It's this biome here, which has these really cool looking rock formations. They are massive in scale. Like if I jump in-game here, you get a good feeling for the scale of them. Yeah, it's possible to land your spaceship on them. It's probably really fun to race through here. We can imagine that this is going to be like a nice combat space as well, because they do provide nice cover. Let's just jump to a couple different areas on Pyro 1 before we move to Pyro 2. So now we're on Pyro 2. In comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the planet is like way more colorful. There's more variation in the use and values of the colors. We have like browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I jump to one of the biomes of Pyro 2. What I want to highlight here is the improvements that we made to how assets spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do, to have some natural transition from the terrain to the geometry, and then also have like the rocks form in a natural way. Now we can make nicer rock formations. It's not quite there yet. There are still improvements planned for it, but I think in comparison to what we had before, this is a big step forward. Also, what you might see is the drawing distance of assets has been greatly improved. So everything you see here in the distance is actual geometry. So if we were to fly all the way over there, you will see that this is like cliff formations, and I think it looks really cool, like the silhouette of the terrain. Yeah, let's fly through the canyons. Yeah, I would do this in a spaceship, but I'm horrible at flying, so I'm just going to use the camera in editor. So now I jumped ahead to a really cool biome on Pyro 2. It's simple, but I think sometimes less is more. In this case, what sets this biome apart from the rest of the planet is that we added these calcified trees, and they spawn in very dense clusters. So you almost get like little forests of them. So it's supposed to look very dry and kind of dead, but still in a pretty way. Okay, if we look at it from this angle, what I really like about this biome is the contrast that you have here on the terrain. It's pale, it's dry, but then in the background you have like the nice clear blue ocean. So this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2. It's kind of like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of different geology assets, different mixes of bushes and grasses. So it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind of lively. And you find like lots of foliage here. We have like these cliffs in the background, which are pretty dark. And it's another nice contrast of this planet, where you have like the saturated red terrain and the dark bedrock. So jumping to this point here, what I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground textures. So previously, like 2-3 years ago, we had to rely a lot on ground cover assets to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures alone. And then if you combine it with ground cover assets, yeah, the result is really successful, how things blend together and the amount of detail that you see on the ground. So now we're on Pyro 3. You saw some of it during last year's keynote demo, but I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro 3. So from this distance, you can see through the volumetric clouds, like a lot of the yellow coming through. We talked about what's making it look yellow, which is the moss, and I want to like jump down to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making the moss look just right, so like the right level of fluffiness and density, so it looks really nice when it like covers these rocks. And then we also have like lots of smaller moss on the ground. We combine it with like yellow grass, and it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important for us to make this biome look really dense. So we pushed the amount of assets that we're using. So it's basically completely covered in foliage. Compared to Hurston, for example, Hurston and Microtech, which are probably our densest planets when it comes to foliage, this is way denser. The good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass. Now we jump to a Pyro coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use OPR override for every single biome. Previously, we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and spruce tree regions, and one object preset just can't cover every coast. We added these coral, like coral geology set to have some of the yellow also along the coast. So you see here, we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through, and eventually it transitions into the nice mossy areas. Previously, when we made coast object presets, we played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast as well, you can find different kinds of coral, seaweed, different pebbles and rocks, and other stuff. Now I jump to one of the volcanic regions on Pyro 3. You might not expect to find vegetation here, but we did add a little bit of vegetation to this region to make it a bit more interesting. What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation. So this is one of my favorite new vegetation sets that we created. You can see the amount of detail on display here. We have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever, like pods. And it's just like a really cool asset set. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all around, just to make the area like a little bit more lively. Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places. Now we're on Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will look amazing once the planet comes out. So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands. So there's not a lot of like verticality. Not a lot of trees, so everything is kind of coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on the terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see the amount of ground cover assets on display, the variation in color, but it's all grounded by like the color of the soil, and it just looks like we have multiple new vegetation sets on display here. So first of all, we have this bush set here, which is called, I think it's called a fire stalk, which, yeah, it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing. They add like a little bit of color to the area and make things pop. Then we have these ones here, I forgot the name of the asset set. Yeah, they also look quite saturated and interesting. We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones, the geometry count is way higher, the texture resolution is a bit higher, and they just look more polished and nicer, which means that eventually we have to go back to Hurston, to Microtech, and give the trees there like a little makeover. So what was really important for us was to improve the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural. So if we go down here, you have like the red grass and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural. Let's jump to the most experimental biome that we've made so far. So for this biome here, the concept art team gave us some really interesting concept art, because this is easily some of the biggest rock formations that we have in the game so far. Actually, let me try to fly a ship so you can see the scale of them. So they're massive in scale, and what was the hardest part about getting these to look right is that they're supposed to look really good from a distance, because you would expect something this big to be visible almost from space. But then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're standing up close to them. Let me jump in game so you see how big these rocks actually are. So they are massive in scale. You can probably land your spaceship on them and walk on them, and they make you feel like really small. But I think it's a really good visual that you have these like dark gray rocks against the crimson of the soil and the grass. So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering the terrain, and because the height map, the difference in height is so large, we actually get like shapes of the terrain poking out of the volumetric clouds. Yeah, you can probably spot some of the tiling issues that we have here, which is something that we still need to look at. But like I said before, this is still work in progress, so it's gonna change a bit. Because I mentioned biome diversity along the coasts before, I just wanted to highlight what one of the coast biomes on Pyro 4 looks like. So this one is kind of this wet sand. We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles. And then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters which are a whole height map, or like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map. But this is actually multiple height maps forming one large crater. And you can see it all the way out in space. Like this whole region is one big crater, so it's a mix of like the global displacement texture and then the height maps of the ecosystems spawning on top, plus the volumetric clouds make it look really epic here. Now we've flown down to the surface of the crater. We wanted this to feel very spooky and grim and kind of dark, so we have these dark fantasy forest looking trees, which look kind of creepy. Then we bring some of the red grass back from the previous biome. If we go down to the surface of the crater, you can see that we added this dark forest looking tree set, some creepy shapes, some moist looking ground cover assets. And this whole area is supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy. It's supposed to be hostile, and it's not safe without your suit on. So far we looked at 4 of the Pyro planets, so let's switch it up and look at one of the moons. This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space. In this case, it's not a crater, but it's like, yeah, like a long streak of slick obsidian. So let's fly down to the surface of the streak and have a look what it looks like from up close. Again, we start with like the global height map where there's like a little bit of a bump up, and then it goes down to form the crack, and then we scatter the ecosystem height maps on top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland shapes, some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these quite spiky looking mountain formations. And then down here, they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth down here. And if we jump to this point, which is a really cool spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian in the right way and everything looks like nice and shiny. You can see here that the ground looks quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it almost looks artificial in a way. Asset-wise, we're using one of our obsidian sets that you can also find on Stanton 4. This one got a bit of an update, a bit of polish, so we improved the shapes, different textures just to make it look extra cool, like the way the sunlight hits these surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel too samey, and it's always nice to have like the occasional pocket of vegetation. To set the obsidian biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they are more dry, covered in dry sand. The vegetation is dry. We added some of these spiky shapes to add some verticality to the scattering. But yeah, outside the obsidian crack, this is what you will find on the planet most of the time. So this go-to point I picked to show some of the subtle color that we added to Pyro 5C. So the obsidian crack is like kind of just dark gray, black. The desert I just showed is also light gray. So we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added some of these red hues to the occasional biome. It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation, and it looks really nice how the red creeps up into the crevices of the height maps in the background. We're going to end our showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like, I really like the yellows and the pale beige tones of the terrain. And then you have another blue ocean. As you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden by craters, and we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters. If we jump all the way down to the edge of one of those craters, so now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here. You can see that we added some dramatic looking coral shapes, and then eventually you walk down here towards one of those craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating meshes here on the left. This is still work in progress, so one of us, probably me, has to go in and adjust the settings of the spawning here, and then we're right at the edge. And I really like the color of the water and how it looks against the backdrop of the white chalky terrain. Then over here, I want to introduce you to our human scale ref mesh. His name is Rüdiger, and he's super helpful when we set up object presets, because you can immediately see how the scale of assets feel when you have him in situation, like he adds context to the scene. He spawns every time that object preset spawns, and yeah, he helps us find the right values when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider-looking ground cover meshes. So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles, the monochromatic terrain, the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the pyro system, which is red. Then we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the volumetric clouds here. And then if I turn the sun and we make this dark and I jump in game, you can see how drastically the skybox impacts the lighting when you're on the dark side of the planet, and the skybox is just, yeah, it looks really good. So this is the skybox for the entire pyro system. So you will see it on every single pyro planet. It's just that Pyro 6 has like very thin atmosphere, so you see it well here. I'm happy to have had this opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm super excited to see you guys explore the Pyro system for the first time, to hear your feedback. There's still work that we have to do, but I hope that you are even more excited than before after seeing what I showed you today.
Yes, he's a game developer, a founder, CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back into the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building, because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live? Hi. Welcome back to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts. How you doing, guys? Not too bad. You were looking at me, and you thought I was going to forget it because I couldn't remember it. I'm not good with titles. I know. I've had 6 of my own. My job hasn't changed. I can't. So,
I like your dig.
Welcome to this spaceship, guys. How you doing?
Good.
We have been talking about this, dreaming about this, and just imagining doing this since 2015. Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like, what should we do? And it was always like, we should build a spaceship. So I was like, yeah, someday. But,
That's cool. It's way cool.
I'm sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with, right? It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. A brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the communities over there. So it was actually quite a lot of fun for us, and actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about the community over there and what they like and all that kind of stuff. So it's actually one of the better trips I've been on, and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people in the events everywhere we went. So it was really good, really educational for me actually.
Yeah, same. We first went to Korea, had a nice bar citizen out there, hung out with people. Great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea, we did a live stream into the China Bar Citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were there. We couldn't hear them and so on, so they were typing out questions, but the banter was great. Wow. And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
I was going to say, we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today. I don't know what. I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
So we're talking about the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea. We'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you. I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll, but the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters. Which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let's switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here. Get a Brian, hand this to you so I don't get out. Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there. There we go. That's very nice.
Yeah. Incredibly cool.
Now give it back to the
And then from Singapore, really cool.
Then we jumped over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one also.
Everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Get this strong.
One side. There we go.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
We got every signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
Oh, very cool.
Very cool. So, yep.
And then there's other stuff in there. You can pull some of them out if you want. They really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a bar citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of star citizens all around the world, including most recently Singapore and China and South Korea. I know that there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore. It's made by the community, and it is a, what is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's like it's metal.
It's proper. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, I'm going to leave that out. And there's some other challenge points and stuff. We'll go through this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
I know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Ryan, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary. 10. It's 10 something. It was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary, because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is, it's 10. You got any favorite memories? Something, I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you here. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years, just about 8 years, right? So a fair amount out of 10. The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at CitizenCon in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very first CitizenCon I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor of the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers. And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground, and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody, because at this point they're jumping up. And just to be there, and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget. It was something you're at that level. You feel in love from them, the excitement that they have with their going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working in companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off and you get this feedback. And it was my first basically interaction with community on a face-to-face basis. It's really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that time. I'm pretty sure we were sitting on the floor together. Probably. Aaron.
I think a lot of it's what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do, like to do, and you know, haven't been able to do it the last couple of years for obvious reasons, is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find. I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch the whole, watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it, which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. Meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to see them again, all this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years has been kind of painful to having to do that, but the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard to pull, you know, one event. I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, you know, but really in terms of the general thing, it's really the ability to be amongst everybody and see that.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, you know, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs or monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack. And we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right, what is
it? After that, when he basically was working so late, he got locked in Cologne.
Yes.
He couldn't leave. He basically got locked in, so he basically sleep in the station. It's just like lots of, I mean, it is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories, there's so many times met people, and just all the events, it's been fantastic.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
He's good.
Here at LCG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage, and sitting with him on the last day, he and I, everybody's off partying, we've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was along a bunch of other crew. He just sits there and he goes, dude, I don't know if I can do this next year. I'm like, there's nobody else to do it except us, dude. He goes, oh, I'm going to take PTO next year. I'm like, you are not going to take PTO next year. And the next year, he had 2 weeks, like before and after games got blocked off. I'm like, you took PTO. I told you, I'm like, you're my hero. You actually, again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly. But it's just, yeah, it's, there are a lot of stories. I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit-chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation, design brief. Investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest stages. Tell us what you're just thinking about. Not necessarily the next thing or the thing after. Like share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work. Everything you're about to see can and will change dramatically from the point of today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission, an entirely new scope and type and design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, design brief investigations, and we'll see you when we come back. Take care.
Hi, my name is Elliot Maltby. I'm a Principal Systems Designer. I work with Luke Presley on the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
So this is an early look at a new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
So the mission is built out of objective types, and the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense, some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill a, destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person, or pick up a box, or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions, we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill, as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That is to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective, assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. Kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation. Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. We're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players with investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that's been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings and then like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment, detail, look at each individual clue, and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be like poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, like really dig into like why has this derelict become a derelict, or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead, or why has cargo gone missing. At the core of this mission, we're really asking the player to use their brain rather than they go on their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to break from players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right, you might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that. So the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. You know, we have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came with two. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his work itinerary on there, and they're all crossed off until one. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and then should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been electrocuted to fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery. And the way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there. You can get your answer up to a credible state, which might still be the wrong answer, but you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like, I did it kind of thing, that would get you like the bonus of the mission. And then both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch, we could see how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative work. But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we like the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they were done. So we're in the prototype phase with the investigation mission, which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story. So the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we could make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So it's kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off it, you can find a corpse, get information off it, you can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information, like off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people, and we're looking into being able to like find the mode lesson in inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story. So we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way, you know, keypad locked doors, enemies, like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on anything. Like it is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and finding the answers themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer on the new mobile list, which should really help with this.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details. But player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
And that was Design Brief Investigations. Joining us here, and the only constant to follow up on that, is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy, and Star Citizen Narrative Director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good.
These missions. We've got combat missions, we've got calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Persistent Universe. What can you add to what's being said? How does this work, David? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, again, we're still trying to figure out. It's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story, and so, but because we need to populate the universe, like it's presenting a really interesting challenge. How do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific? So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying and again kind of a new style of gameplay to engage people in a much more non-combat specific way that lets them kind of take advantage of all of our systems and just kind of explore and get to be these kind of detectives.
Well, and ideally, it's something that you can't always notice or always be like, okay, it's Colonel Mustard with the lead pipe or the rope, so we want to make sure that it feels unique, to the area and interesting. So like Dave said, I think it is going to be a big challenge for us to figure it out.
And the fun thing about it too is this is a type of mission where we don't just, it's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of cool, unique opportunities. You think it may be going one way, but there might be a key piece of evidence that you've missed that completely blows the case open.
And we often refer to the Precision universe as the sandbox. And I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Precision universe. So it is our 10th anniversary, so I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now? I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
Well, if there was a beginning day, it should be today. For at least for me, it would have to be at least one of the sitcoms. I know Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, like that was such a arduous process, and climbing up that hill was a difficult one, but to finally get that out and you see people's reactions.
Do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the global go-no-go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He says, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, we're ready to go. And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. And I sit in this meeting, I'm muted, I'm not supposed to talk to these meetings. I'm like, you lost! And then Aaron took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after at that point I'd been on it for a couple of months of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was really actually the 2015, like the PCAP shoot. Just be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three month shoot.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
It was.
I mean, the cast that was there, and how you dealt with them on a daily basis, the passion that they had in the script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and it was sort of fun, weird things of there was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but that became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing.
Zylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but it's like,
All right, bring it back to me. All right. So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore what you think you know about underground facilities and then explode them in a whole new way. So check that out.
Hello, I'm Ian Leyland. I'm the Art Director for Citizen, and today we're going to talk about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location type that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started. Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now, the problem was we made these originally for the CitizenCon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose.
fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat. But we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location. So how do we go about designing a location type from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example kiosk shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of a key spire. This is instantly where your player you should be able to navigate towards. This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top. And then moving down is very important to be able to get the landing pads or the landing hangers quite close to the facility because we wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off from the location, they're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, processing and tanks and supplies actually on the landscape there. Now what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver visual presence on the landscape, so we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also what we're seeing here is we thought cool to actually have surface entrances as well, so we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, and tertiary ways for the player to get into these locations depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below. Now moving on to the inside, after the players landed through the hangars, they'll be brought up into the main corporate reception. Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer of the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence before the player will go down into the bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is, just an example of what a bearing reception could feel like. Now moving into Zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down, how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the transit, the elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought could be quite interesting is the elevator itself could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room idea quite early, what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now ultimately we didn't go with this idea, didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth noting we're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future, we'll expand out and do other art style variants. So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand that that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down. Maybe underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies if we want to stealth into the location. We'd be able to give opportunities for the player there. And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility. So echoing of that control room down below. But also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to choose the area you want to go. Maybe cargoes to the left, maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals above. Part of that process of how we design is we look at things from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication of how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible. Moving on to Zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential. But here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking around. So we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where big trucks kind of go. We've also got like little nooks and crannies for the player to kind of explore and go into. Now, as it being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right? So here we've seen the mule kind of coming and going on one of these walkways. Maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visual exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. Maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also ways in which we can reveal extra traversal opportunities. So as that cargo deck goes down, you'd see other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is kind of an example corridor. Now, corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now, with this being subterranean, we wanted to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, we're seeing there's a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics, that's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go. Split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be maybe this stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. Underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it, maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier. Down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress to the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. Also inside here, there could be tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal, so the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme to another theme. And what that will hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and keep verticality as a traversal motif in mind. Now going from a large corridor set to what we're considering here medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing, and these will take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now as the players traverse through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific, just so that in the early development process we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example, a processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level, there's a network of levels which will be dedicated towards processing, pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical control wing suspended over the play space. As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles. One of the things we only wanted is cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, but seeing that reflect into the space. Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in more materials, processing through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going to be technical areas. Areas dedicated towards the control of the location. So what we're seeing here is maybe it's the main map room. So this is where we control the networking of everything. And also on here you've got the overseeing executive suite. So it's not just technicians here, but also executive wings. And also it's a bit of fun if the player does get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial, we've seen technical, now we'll be seeing more like the corporate foyer we saw above, so meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing. And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water. We thought also it'd be cool if there's a cause and effect. So if the player solves a puzzle, they go from it being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we can kind of spark ideas or conversations with design about interesting opportunities. And then lastly, zone 4. Now, it wouldn't be a missed opportunity if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it's been abandoned. This could lead into cave networks. This was something we had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave? There needs to be some form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see excavation equipment or, where the roads kind of peter out. And as part of the roads, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGS spaces, maybe there's a large boring machine still there. Again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning toward more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also if we're describing these locations as maybe some are more abandoned, we could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities. So also another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size, composition, gameplay opportunities, right from the early visual development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process. That's an overview of what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland. Ian, why are we redoing the Underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game. So it was always on our to-do list.
And you've been here a while. Last 10 Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago and going on paternity and then realizing we're making an commander. And we had about 6 weeks to make it, so that was a good fun challenge.
That was not originally on your team. It was kind of like, here it is!
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and we were super happy with it. Yeah.
So these new underground facilities, it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, playground, nothing to do.
Correct.
What are we doing these things?
I mean, all of our missions count. It's basically we want them to be sandbox elements. That players can go and explore, but whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or deliver boxes to, all these elements go into all the design elements, when we're thinking about this, when we're testing out rooms, like all the interaction aspects for it, puzzle elements. So basically, when the team's doing it, we're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different themes that you were talking about, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with different companies, and who knows what misadventures are going on. 3 levels underneath the surface of Vila versus 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards. I'm not saying, because I like my job. All right. So, in addition to that, we this one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie, which I believe is a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Cuban edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in clothing-wise for the universe. And a grenade launcher, because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher, that's got to be fun. We also got a Toby Eye Tracker contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are giving away Carrot and Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving us some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You'll find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspacebase.com website. And yes, I saw the chat going. I did comb my hair. Because while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom. Who didn't like that I had to comb my hair. Hi, Mom.
I comb my hair.
All right. What's next, everybody? Up next is it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds with Rich Tyler and Yogi and Jed and Johnny and Dave from the Flight Experience, Flight feature team. They keep changing their names as much as I do. They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems and the exciting new solutions they have for it. So check that out. We'll meet you back here.
Hi, my name is Gegenüber. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle features team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flag systems and the combat systems, which I don't specifically for 142, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe. We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot of variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships, so we've kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. And also to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like you play this ship and you dominate it at the game. There's always got to be plus and minuses, so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship isn't isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But the common downside, because obviously light, which means the materials chosen on the ship are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to drive position, get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagement. So when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to roll whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well. So they've got that additional game with the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that those ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance and the level of dedicated fighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of capture ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are they're just lobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. But they're not really good at killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going to the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing the shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about over the past several years.
Every ship is the same. It's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get the gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
It's a subject we've talked about many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting the speed, we've tried adjusting handling the speed. We've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and the target, your angular requirements to maneuver to the target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve. Meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep track on their opponent.
So you might think, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the starting world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from planet surface or space transfers between different systems. So essentially, you can't have just low speeds all the time.
There's massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore, and the feeling we want to capture the speeds. We still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of the feature shifted very heavily towards 142 and nailing down flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today.
So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master mode. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all the maneuvering, like high-speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before. But in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's cost and payoff for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat, mining, or any of these kind of core things the ship. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired. And all the kind of operational things the ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 2 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster, a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource. And you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to speed up travel converse. So we created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you can't look at, which is too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark. Quantum boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use quantum travel to do very long range jumps between planets. So quantum mode allows you to go very fast, up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do quantum boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you, and it allows you to travel long distance between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures work, and you will also not be able to be thrusted. So basically, all your capacitor and combat-related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this. You won't have your weapons during this. But you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
It's going to be a very conscious choice of what mode you should be in at any particular point. So if you feel the threat of another someone close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum and escape. And this is going to bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items. We actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble, or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now. And we're playing it every day in the studio. We're refining it, we're tweaking bits here and there. But we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing. We've got the core features. They're in the game playable. And the difference made on the game for us is it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I like thrust off or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important, and working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
This is a really exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
Playing with Master Mode 42 has been a lot of fun. Simply to change higher combat experience. Before you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you're finding really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the start of the world that I don't think has been as come out before. I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalance the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we always wanted, and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously. You've been a part of this journey. And we've tried many things all the time to try and really create the experience we want. But the reality is from us, it came down to what it always is, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option and their choice to have consequences. So with Master, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat. They're choosing to be in quantum. They're choosing to be somewhere. Just giving players that freedom with the universe we have is just like it's a really magical thing. And we try many times to control that as designers trying to get a specific experience at some point. But we always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice and let them make key decisions. And we'll balance around that.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, more than 100 shipwrecks at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you see today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game that you tell that playing this every day. Still making tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's all about the foundational kind of tweaks that we're making. And we can't wait to get in.
So thanks a lot for listening to us today. We're very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And yeah, hope to see you fighting in the verse.
All right. So I've got out of everything here, I've got all the chicks on Nix love my Lando fever. Of course. What you got, Brian?
Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Orc win.
Shout out to Orc. It's been a long time.
Hey, Orc win.
My one is my cargo hold is always full of Chris Roberts.
Really? Show the camera.
There you go.
Right. That's Verwenden Against Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to the UK, and we are playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again, Ken Shadow. John. Oh, I dropped the cards. It's gone. Talk to me about this segment we just watched. Is this BS, or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it. The team's been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through I don't know how many versions of this. We're sort of run out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're on fish names now. It's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally across the company, not just within our team. Getting them all on board, getting them playing it, feeding back.
And I know we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this for a while. We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron, as naturally to have a great flight experience Squadron. You need it to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has. It's a lot easier to do a system like this, get the broad strokes in, and then really dial it in for 6 or 7 ships versus the hundreds in the PU. So it's a scale thing. Stops it going to PU straight away. And then the other thing is lots of it ties in together with other systems. So it's not just flight mechanics. It's UI, HUD, radar, star map, quantum changes, and you have to get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get a great experience if we go. Well, here's one bit of it. Here's another bit. We want to drop it in one big deployment.
We're going to do ships, like this ship's done and then this ship's done, or do you think more together all at once?
Yeah, Brian said.
We have to do like a broad tuning across the board for everything. Day one for when this goes into PU. Hopefully by then a lot of those will be really where we want them. As with game development, constantly change. There will be ones that change over time.
Change the camera.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing. It's very hard to get things right out the gate. There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to folks who are watching, wherever you're watching, the 6 to 7 ships in Squadron was not a confirmation that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. If you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times. All right. Ready to move on to the next thing?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
So we've been bouncing back and forth between really hot visuals with the planets of Pyro, and then gameplay stuff with investigations, and back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience. Up next is another really solid visuals thing. Lorville. Beat me at camera one. Lorville. Star Citizen's first landing zone. We've learned a lot since it was first put in. We've built Microtech and New Babbage. We've built Horizon on Crusader. We even went back and redid Area 18 on ARCCorp. But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, I was going to say kick names and take butt. I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready. They're already underway. Building a brand new Lorville Redux. So we'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon. So close. And they can tell you all about it. And Ian Leland. Check it out.
Hello, my name is Ian Leland, and I'm the art director at Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now with Lorville, and specifically the Lorville Cityscape, was probably the first major landing zone we have ever had to do. It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet, and we had the player fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Horizon, we all developed more techniques, and we always wanted to go back internally and put that knowledge back into Lorville. To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist, and he can show you some more.
Hi, my name is Eric Gagnon. I'm a principal concept artist for Star Citizen and Turbulent in Montreal, and I'm here to talking about Lorville 2.0. When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of different approach of that city. We created a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that it's for gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to fly through that. Yeah, so after a sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well the footprint of that city. We build the city from a human scale. We have nothing in that city, they build in the gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the city. So this is mainly the two main units I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of length and distances to respect. So this is why I use 3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything fits well to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that, because at the end, what the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So I use my 2D background and concept artist to make the best as possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it. 3D, pen over, sketching, painting, and at the end, I was needed to create a very speechless concept to sell the mandate to the people involved in that, and they make sure they believe on that project, and they could say, well, okay, now we are Lorville 2.0, and we're ready to on that.
Thanks, Eric. There's some beautiful images there, and we had a lot of fun internally developing that cityscape. Now, we're not just in concept development. We've actually just passed our white box milestone internally, so we're going to jump over to Max, and he's going to show you where we're at.
Bonjour, mon nom est Maxime Guindon, je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est l'Orville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez, m'inspire énormément dans mon travail. From the concept done, it was time to start the engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do to extend and make it much bigger than the initial Lord City, up to something that matches the vision. For instance, we are keeping the L19 area, we are keeping the CBD, we're keeping the spaceport, we're building upon this and just extending the city. We've done several tests with the transit system, the rails, and we tried to extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates, but we're moving them out. And so throughout these tests, we've built the city as just placeholder, white box, very primitive, to have this layout, this fast iteration of the whole city done, and then that we could see it and get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around and like to actually do some races in it. We're building arches, bridges, and like underpasses, and makes it interesting to be able to fly around. We see the community of players. They're doing like emergent gameplay of races that inspires us. And then the way that we're building the city. We are starting now the gray box. We have like Montreal tools teams now that are working on like Houdini tools, and they are we're chatting with them, see what we could use from the library of tools. There will be several areas of higher level of detail. Especially around landing pads on rooftops and lookout areas. And these are the places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually connect to the interior spaces that will be built later. And in that sense, Lorville will be ready for those interiors. We started as a team of two artists working on Lorville, and now we're five. And we could even be like more soon. Each artist has slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. That's important. So I hope you like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate because it's going to make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great. And hopefully you guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best yet. And we'll be showing more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
So you've taken the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyon and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question on Group. Is this BS, or is this really what we're doing?
That's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And you know, no-fly zones. You know, they were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with Babbage, then we started thinking, okay, there is a slightly different way. Because ultimately, that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because oh, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like you know, we want to keep the player experience in you know the maximum level. So it's there. But for Lowville, as you've seen, we want that experience to be as low as possible to get that feeling we can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings. And it was always something like as we progressed through the land zones, it was always like one day we'll get back to Lowville. So I'm super happy. That was seen this now.
And you know, we've discussed the art pipeline for years. Like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone through the pipeline a number of times, from white box to gray box. So where would you say Lorville is? Obviously, we're just seeing there. It's not finished.
Final art. So basically, blockout white box is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase. I'm thinking more like first pass art. You know, so we're always trying to keep team on the toes. But grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines. Kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're using kits and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditional grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it first pass art. But where Lowville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing you know really good engine dev. You're seeing hints at the potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Lorville Redux. Just another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, the planets and the Pyro. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development. Maybe it's follow the project long enough knows that that's how this works. But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's going to that's in the process, in the pipeline, being developed now. 4.4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and so forth. And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. Look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are a number of watch parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks down in San Diego who I saw on Twitter earlier. The JRDF contest, our partners at JR Design and Fabrication, create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here. The wonderful star kitten, a dragonfly. Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there. Look at that. Oh, it's on focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. No. Look at my star kitten dragonfly. In focus. I'm holding it near Ian's face. Isn't that great? Isn't that great?
You just smell it?
What did it smell? What did it smell like? JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check out the website, or you can enter a contest for your chance to win a Carrot, a freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotions going on right now with scary helmets and the pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite. I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously. All right, so we've rambled on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation. Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this. I'm going to make the audio guide. I was holding it in my hands. I got it. I'm just going to put it there. It's going to be safe. Resource management. What did I want to say about this? Okay. When I backed the project back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay. That positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You gotta go and fix the fuses and stuff like this. That multi-crew experience has been what drew me to the project. First as a backer until I came in to do this. Spaceship. I mentioned spaceship. And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering when's going to be the day. Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffen and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up. Eyes forward, and take it away, Dan and Thorsten.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffing. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works, and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management. Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps the ship function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Ryzen will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons are that we have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations stations in space where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs, and this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship trying to change fuses, repair various things that are broken down. You will have tactical officers moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew. Possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is. Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces you might discover. And here the life support system is the key factor. Here the life support you have to maintain it, meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death, or you are not cooked.
As part of item maintenance, the player will be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items or sometimes dodgy items, depending on their income. They will be able to control which sub-items are installed in those items, either as fuses or sub-components that gives them various bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to run repair gameplay and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you as the engineer on the ship have to do there. It's basically defining the circuit in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other. And what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates. And for example, say one of the players becomes the engineer. The engineer gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun, all the guns of the ship.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is the concept that you experienced already in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always an up, and we would like to give you some more control over that. So because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch of gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management touches pretty much every aspect of life Star Citizen. So we're doing a lot of talking, but I bet everyone would like to know where are we with all of this right now. Currently, we have working in-engine prototypes of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship, so we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout the ship.
We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate. Fire expulsion. Making new players suffocate. Venting and filling rooms with atmosphere. And making players suffocate again. In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not want to rush it, we want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning. So let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release. But this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network for each ship, an engineering UI with at least a list or schematic view of your ships, external engineering screens for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with a press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets. And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches. We started talking about resource management about 2 years ago. It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system, and this has been an interesting journey. And finally, we're starting to see the fruits of our labor, and we're starting to see all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open up to the players in the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most exciting feature that I've ever worked with. It's such a groundbreaking feature that will change the entire game from its core. I think we never had this opportunity to change the game into this direction where we are heading right now, where we will finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay and meaningful decisions for all the players, where every decision counts. This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you, and I hope you're happy with all this progress, and have a nice CitizenCon.
This Bar Citizen Singapore card is really cool. They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system. And joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys, this has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I'm not going to make it sound like it's but I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very. This to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. You know, so like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homesteading. You know, one of them. It's not the only thing.
Yeah, but it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. You know, it's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
Being able to make, imagine Siege of Origin, but being able to actually assault the platforms and depower the platforms. Missions that can take place inside the landing zone, where you can cut power to buildings and stuff like this. This is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So what's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hull, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally some ships were built a long time ago. Ones in recent times were built with this sort of level of detail in mind. But you'll have all these accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire, gravity, and atmosphere stuff. Like you say, it goes from just being a ship on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that gameplay. You're not just limited to be pilot. I'm a turret gunner. That's about it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships because things will go wrong. And if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Yeah, I said before we set it up. This is the aspect that Star Citizen first drew me, in. So it has been. I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on you and everybody that's contributing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginning to evolve, really beginning to be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. It's just. I think people know I don't generally hype very often. The guy is like, don't hype. Manage your expectations. And you should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. I'm just. This is the part of the thing that I've been waiting for.
Yeah.
I'm excited. All right. So we've ping pong from the visuals to the gameplay. We've only got one more scheduled presentation left. Ship talk, talking ship. There, our annual celebration of vehicles, new coming to the pipeline. Vehicles coming straight to viable things, something in the middle. That's going to start.
Hi everyone, my name is John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year, I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, Vehicle Art Director, and Paul Jones, Concept Art Director, and this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favorite, the Pick a Ship or Concept series. To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally Cutlass, obviously the blue, red, steel, and the Freelancer series. Those are all similar sized ships to this, and they also cover similar roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility over those others. We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version, and then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the really nice features of the Spirit series as a whole is the front half of the ship is kind of like the shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo version. This comes with 48 SEU of cargo capacity in the central area, accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to allow a variety of ground-based vehicles on board, such as the Cyclone. You won't be fitting larger things like the tank. However, with the size of the cargo of the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs. They are arranged to vertical gravity dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little way down the middle, and then you have the two sort of lines of bombs each side of you, and you'll be able to see them drop out of the bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlist does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out, and doing your bombing run, and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. Feel quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to the style of style.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously, the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely existing in Jared Hartman's Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP1 is a really interesting module. It's basically split into two levels. And so you know, we really want to sort of have that VIP experience. Obviously, you're coming into a sort of multi-role ship. But when you get into the module, you've got lockers, space to any sort of personal belongings. Essentially, there's two elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared to some other ships is the kind of large panoramic glass roof. So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you have great views, you have kind of like explore bursts in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically can go and choose whatever drink it is. You know, cocktail, coffee. Then players will also have super comfy seats. Will have the widescreen TV module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting players and AIs into these ships, and being able to kind of explore the verse and experience that kind of luxury living that I've not yet to experience.
So between the three variants, there are a number of shared areas. The sort of core of the ship changes variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you actually have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them the living quarters bunk area and component access. And then you have the variant section which does change the internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship you actually have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future. From something at the very start of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline, let's talk about the Drake Corsair next. The Drake Corsair is an important ship in their lineup because it fills that multi-crew exploration gap in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships serve various usage and roles, such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you actually have the Constellations such as the competitors. And what Drake brings is unusual, rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower for its size classification to entry.
It's Drake's dedicated exploration ship. It's a kind of a medium, deep space vessel, effectively, or crew for up to four space crew. It's got a sizable cargo hold, and it's kind of got everything you need to really spend a decent amount of time away from civilization, stations, and just kind of being able to chart out those deep areas of space. It brings that sort of no nonsense, no frills approach to the ship, and you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something more likely to fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that hopefully you and your crew will be able to repair and get back and running, or just fix with some duct tape.
So fans, when they see the ship will immediately see the sort of heritage, DNA through the spirit. So you can kind of almost how the ship is built. It's got that military, easy fix kind of feel. It's loaded with guns, loaded with turrets. It has some really interesting mechanisms. inside it, players will really dig that.
I think what's quite unique to the Corsair is its wings, the way they fold up. This isn't done purely for style. Being Drake, it's more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangers much easier. We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic exterior silhouette and vision that we set, but still making it functional and making sure it works. At the moment, we're just kind of finishing up in final art. Most of the exterior has had the majority of its core art time spent on it. We've still got lighting to do. We've still got kind of like final finishing to do, tweak some of the materials till we're kind of properly happy. But it's in a good place, so I'm really excited to be able to show you.
So let's take a look inside the ship, and once again we'll go front to back.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front, the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its cockpit. In the pilot is sat right front, and then kind of classic Drake stylings. The co-pilot gets in the seat behind them and actually sinks down into the floor. That transition from the main cockpit area into that kind of co-pilot section. You move right forward, you're sat pretty much underneath where the pilot is. It gives great visibility for both the pilot and the co-pilot. The other nice thing about this cockpit is, again, you've got these massive guns that stuck out either side of you. So it should be a nice place to be. In the rear of the cockpit, you've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters is actually pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms of its kind of size and its amenities. As you move back through the ship, there's I guess a small kind of crossroads directly behind the bridge. From here, you can progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either side you've got turret access. So it's right really at the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. Quite limited stage to about 45 degrees each way. You're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much each way, so it's a lot more effective, especially for firing, which again the Corsair has so many guns forwards. Having an extra two turrets is very Drake.
In habitation, you've got the remaining three crew quarters that being Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed, you've got somewhere to store your gear, and that's pretty much it. The main habitation area though is if anything quite luxurious for a Drake ship in that there's a decent sized space. You've got your bathroom, which is no frills, got a shower, toilet, whatever. You've got the kind of chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive, and then right in the heart of the habitation area, there's a large sizable seating area, and that's not just for the crew to have their meals somewhere that you can plan operations, plan your next move, and really decide where you're taking your adventure. As we move back from habitation, we start to get into the rear half of the ship. I think if the habitation area is like the heart of the crew in the ship, then the engineering area is the real heart of the ship itself.
It's sort of this hexagonal space with a few little rooms coming off it to cram components in, and off one of those you have the side, which again has suit lockers in there for before you go into EVA, docking, coming back out of before you enter the rest of the ship.
And then you've also got the lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it also takes you up to the roof of the ship. So if you do want to go on a quick space walk, or you need to go and repair something on the exterior, then you've got kind of easy access straight up the lift, and out you go.
Then finally you have the main cargo hold, which has space for a rover or similar sized vehicles down, along with a significant cargo capacity.
And being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it. All the mechanics are exposed, so you can really see the workings of how the ship actually operates. If you're a fan of Drake, it certainly ticks all those boxes.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of the asymmetric wing arrangement of it. I think it's just going to be a great fun addition to the game, giving those players who enjoy that Drake experience their slice of the pie, and you'll be able to experience that yourselves at IE. And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Grey Cat STV. Racing is a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen, and it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising amongst themselves, something that we really want to help support from within CIG. So we wanted to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV is the grey cat sports terrain vehicle. It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler. Two-person open top, sports styling, everything you need to razz around planets. So the STV is actually part of a wider family of vehicles. You may recognise the resemblance of the name to the Grey Cat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up to do in the future called the UT, which is the utility terrain vehicle. And we've actually reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept of the UTV. And when you see all three side by side, you'll see that family resemblance.
The interior again is similar design language, simple layout, easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have a cleaning mechanic. All this sort of builds in sort of visual vehicles. So the floors are drill holes, so we can easily let water through. The seats are easily full, so you can actually see the holes where you can just quickly rip them out. And so all of this thinking goes into those kind of vehicles. Wheels are a big feature. Large sort of rubber mud guards. There's lots of subtleties in terms of the roll cage. The sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe you notice, but for us, these are all part of making manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got these vast ships you can explore deep space and go off with big multi-crew. What this really allows you to do is get down on one of our many planets and go exploring on the ground. It's not just a vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got cargo space in the back. So if you are out there doing missions, rather than fly your ships directly to where the mission is, it allows you to land slightly out there, slightly in a safer area. You've still got space to load up with weapons, with your whatever mission items you need, and get in and out nice and quick.
Compared to the Cyclone RC, which is a racing variant of a non-racing vehicle, the STV built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, has better handling, has better top speed, and that makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole is it brings a lot of gameplay. It's not all about combat. It's not all about flying these massive ships. And I think one of the things that a lot of us are excited internally about is racing within our game. A lot of us come from a racing background in terms of the games we've developed before. A lot of us are petrol heads at heart. So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance of seeing the STV in action in a race organised by AMD Esports, creators of the Daemar Rally, where you'll see it taking on terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast. And finally, the most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some potential ship or vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single option, and the choice is actually the manufacturer and the style of that ship. So we want to do a nice large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI, because if you know those two ships, there's quite a gulf of space in between. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone before you jump into the big RSI line, which The scale of its mining is nothing like any other mining ship in the game. The mole is the current mining system, just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles, such as the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on mining situations that you can come across. So with that, we have three choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI's first choice. So obviously RSI did it right. So this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo. Again, we have the mole. So naturally, it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. Obviously, MISC do the Prospector. So again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their own unique styling take on that pitch that I've just given. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come and explain how you get to vote on these three options. And that's the end of Talking Ship. Over to you, Jared.
All right. So the Crusader Spirit is available now as a concept promotion on the Robert Space Industries.com website. The STV is coming to the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comm link on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So John, recently, you went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on what happened. To talk about it more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 318 Ivacati, which sadly did not come out before 317.3 went live. So we did that because quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55 meters a second, over 120 miles an hour off-road. Off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like Star Citizen planets and rocks that would just kill you. So we want to bring the cyclones down. Want to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended. Like the rocks and the Ursas are not quite where they should be. So we will go back and do more changes. But the idea was people get to see it in 318. So it wouldn't be such a surprise in 17.3, which unfortunately turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing. Yes. Like when you say I gotta ask, you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship. It's still not out yet, John.
His little taste.
When you say little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge material. So the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have that VIP first class pod enclosure, Mixmaster, the most important feature of the Starliner. Ask Tony, fine. That sort of feel, that luxury transport feel is something we haven't really shown in Star Citizen. Every man and a donkey was pestering me for that Ryzen shuttle concept, and we'd planned to do a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name. I hate it because it abbreviates the 3 C's. We just called it the 3 C's our time. And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about hey, John Crew, give me that Ryzen shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together, and that's where it came from.
And then the Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight to drivable vehicle, going live on the website at the end of this broadcast. that's an exciting push in the gray cat arena. It looks sporty as heck. And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
It's not in development right now, but when we decided to do the STV, we were like, hey, let's spend the time. Let's work out what grey cat as a manufacturer feels like. Because we had the PTV. People have seen the big spider miner back in the day. They're two very different things. There wasn't really a family lineage. So we built that family lineage around that. And like, here's the reworked PTV. Still looks how everyone recognises it, but it sort of works with modern mechanics. Let's do a sporty version. Let's do a utility version. So we've got those three together now. You can really see like the family dynamic, and they each do slightly different things, which is cool. But yeah, the STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around.
It's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So if you we've got one small thing left, and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the small thing first, and then buckle up because. I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. Before we get there, last year during CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle. Their outposts, space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready. We're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be something. Will be a neat surprise. So stay tuned. lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2051. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end. But we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction. We're going to do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Hello everyone. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today. And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyler.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. This is your first time on the spaceship.
It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice.
Very happy. Going to ask everybody how everything's all day. So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron, as well as helping out on PU. And one thing we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU, and we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. We'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, we're shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd, Tony, or everyone else like today, during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really surprise and impress people when we do it. And so we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand the huge amount of development resources. Even if think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to Squadron 42. So you've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases of the PU, and now you're getting to kind of your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it still work for one still benefits the other, or will.
Well, when I worked on PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, develop specifications that we needed to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or
even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features in the way that CIG set up, we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as part of a fun game. So we always have this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole capable gameplay experience that myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we then developed that, honed it, and almost cast it in that iron in the crucible kind of thing. We can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose to them. Mounted guns, for example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now. But we're making sure that any feature that works on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be. Because we struggle a few times. Say for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down, and then give it to the PU audience. I think fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players experience in both products.
Yeah. And I think that's a really good point. It's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went into try to get used in Squadron, try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content, and so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Richard's talking about, to make sure it feels well right with the time to bake it in without having feel like okay, we've got a core and a reset out, because there's a lot that goes on with the release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing splitting off the streams. So there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. It sort of eats into your development in terms of doing the feature. And so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished. So it's not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels good. Is the benefit that's happening with us in Squadron. We're seeing it on our side. I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side, because we're sort of telling you, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. And we'll show you a couple of things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of we have some core areas where the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which like giant crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific vehicles, like the need for multiple speeds and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are core gameplay systems that we have. And so what's happening now is that we're taking these systems and really just making them work well
for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example which hasn't been taught today very much by the vehicle side of speed, but you probably saw in the different modes there needs to be more stuff on the hood. And, we've got a whole redesign on the hood and the MFDs that's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff, Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist, depending on what your context is. It's going to be depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building the system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which is obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things people have talked about Star Map forever, or that has definitely been a major. I mean, there's right now I think 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it, so we're really sort of working to make. The new Star Map, which people haven't had, it's been in film. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal, combat, the whole field, all things that we're really focusing on here. To bring across the PU after we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU. And a lot of things are going to come together over the next couple of years. And we're pretty excited. So we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit.
I think there is two common themes that I think we'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. Everybody looks at individual features. We've got the microscope of features, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number two is that none of these are like, we're going to get to this in however time, we're going to work on that. All of the stuff today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
That's some of the things that we're going to talk about. I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some of the things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, just said. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in ASRock because people.
We already showed one location.
So you guys ready to listen enough preamble? Let's go. Let's start with Rich here. You were the AFT guy, now you're the Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is the first-person universe. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
That's interesting because we obviously have given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past. And I think the biggest thing when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing you do in your bed? How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environments around you? Doors, getting into your ship, how do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the things that we realised is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do ultimately in the universe that they're playing, and how does that translate into the game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things. We've spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed in it.
You can interact like things like props interact. Exactly. You can do push things around. You can move them. The whole goal is to make it a physically living universe.
Exactly.
So you can interact with a level that most FPS games don't. Right? Most FPS games run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped. You generally, most everything's static. So our goal for definitely for PU is one of the reasons persistent. You know, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing, to have this fully persistent universe that you can push the chairs around, or that cup I can take off your desk and take it to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. And it will be there. It will be there. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen a lot of FPS games, so it's almost like a sort of story game, a puzzle game, traversal game, and a combat game, a stealth game, and a flight game all rolled into one. So we need systems that are easy to use. You know, currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it because also keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff. We don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about those. And those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game. Like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? You know, right now it's sort of trial by fire. I think, you know, there's a lot of people. It's almost like, you know, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen. I actually got to my shit. But yeah, we need to make that better. That is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, the player interaction system. By the way, these have been around for quite a while.
Absolutely.
You know, Rich back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which is the AFT, the weapon teams, and the actor tech team stuff. That was on the list too. It just you know, because of what the release cadence and Star Citizen on the alpha, it just you know didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and you know we're working. So
I mean, part of it is basically removing the barrier. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you know, you shouldn't have to look exactly at the handle to be able to go, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact, just press F, the game should know, yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I can pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. You should be able to go, I want to look at the green ship, pick up the green ship. I want to look at your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something, you know, we have the user interface to tell you this is the thing that you're going to pick up. And you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're an EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing, in your gameplay, not have to fight the controls. And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, very detailed. You know, that's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realise what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. You know, for example, if you look at Uncharted, they have you know painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But you know, that's not Star Citizen. Star realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system. You can do this kind of like quick ping, quick scan wave, single button. And that is kind of just for your local environment. And everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So I think, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around. You can just quickly look around, like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can have. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar scanning, which is what we call like a charge wave, where it's the same system. You're holding down the scan button and pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at individuals. You're getting okay, there's two guys over there. What's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more because that's more gameplay pervasive. That's something that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like I'm giving my location away, but they're also so they may or may not know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar scanning the ships. As FPS, it's all systemic. We have to go in and go, oh, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's plenty of Reddit posts over the years. I wish scanning, radar scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. Yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it, which kind of ties in with the player interaction, how you play the game, and how you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, then it's more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos.
Absolutely.
So I understand we have two videos. What's this first one?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I'd described as radar scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
Let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in ASRock, which we've already showcased. This is obviously going in and utilising some of our new building blocks, doors. And then here's a scan wave. See that I'm looking at that data pad, and then move around. It's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things. But you will also have more detailed information depending on contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is player interaction. So you can just, even though that's quite a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with. But you're getting confidence of, oh cool, I can grab that, I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode, you're not having to be driven by the cursor. You can go in and just press F or interact with it. And you've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and scale that we do. So we wanted to make sure that that system is really robust. But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea.
And I'd also say that like part of the idea is there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on grab or I think there's a few other ones. One can be a default action. But the icon, you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken. And that would mean there's only one thing to do with it. In a lot of those cases, you would see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. As you look at it, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, there's a default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other action, so you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can doing like Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around, look, I can extra do something, right? So there's a bit of that happening here. So you can just look around and interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. We'll still have the overall interact you can go into if you want. But the idea is I just play around. If I'm used to playing games a certain way, so there is a certain language of I think FPS or even third-person games that exist right now. And we don't want to do something totally different because people are used to playing games. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and mouse because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactive. You look at them, move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to. We're changing the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting vegetables, and you want the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand. But you want it to be always to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right click on the item, in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold there, bring up the wheel, and that replace that that we have currently right now. And you'll actually be able to remap in the game. Like three click, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack, because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go in and have it. It allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default. But then it puts the onus on the player. If they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting. They just want it all to be store. They can do that out of the gate, so it doesn't always go into the hands. And they have that ability to be able to interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure, play it. So the second one, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radon scanning. So this is where it's still getting the environmental information, like vent or terminal, hacking area. But you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI, what's out there. So it's a wider, broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy and people go, oh, someone's scanning someone over there, and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around. It's like you're going to go around a corner and you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner and you want to find out. You use this.
It's very useful. I haven't played lots of levels.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism. So you're not just gonna go and gun down 400 people. So we want when you're in situations you're outnumbered. You have to. It's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of as you said.
There's a lot of fun stuff.
All right, so I want to see this stuff. I haven't seen. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're seeing here is that it's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially, what you'll see is now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now, these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting it's a big risk. If you want to do it, you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored some enemies will have radar scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location and they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope, and you can it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wider escape, like said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture. You go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm gonna make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to traverse the universe to get around stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges, how to use ladders.
I mean, ledges and ladders is kind of like board game, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of Squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, bolting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, we wanted you to be able to, I've just slightly misjudged my jump in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's kind of frustrating. You're like, oh, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part that we can actually grab onto the ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up. Which adds to it's to be honest, it's huge. We built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to traversal, so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of improved ladders. But again, if you play the star system right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking straight forward at the wall. You're locked. You can't look around. You have no spatial awareness. It's just that's it. You're locked in. You can't get off halfway. You can't jump off. You're kind of very locked. So what we've done? No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging. Even though you're a tank, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, you can jump onto a ladder directly, you can run, jump onto a ladder, you can look around full 360 degrees, you can look around 90 degrees as you're going up, and it's just a lot fluid and a lot more, it doesn't feel like, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you look behind you on the ladder, that opens up environment, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So
because you can jump off the ladder up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in, which will make its way to you when all these sort of systems settle. And I think you'll see a lot more. I mean, you already see a little bit where you can use a tractor to put a crate over, push something to get up and look at stuff. Look at derelicts right now in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. I mean, even that derelict was really inspired by some of the early doing in Squadron. There's a lot of like physical and traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron. We're building the systems also with that, and then again with a systemic world like we have in Star Citizen, where you can move things around and they can persist. There should be multiple ways to solve the problem you're trying to deal with, which is how we've approached the Squadron design is like most of the areas you go through. There's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. Do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting. Is a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken this difficult traversal. So those are all things that are important. And so it's little things like this. And I would say I've got a video to show, but we're still like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So there's a lot of it is the block out. We have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys at some point when the Manchester Good Yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a wonderful updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Aaron, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway. But I would say definitely that we could show up, but we've got details to come, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you're going to catch your balance. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the detail, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia going up and down on it. I mean, if you cut out the third person, you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the block animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
Ladders. So obviously this, as you can see, this is final art. So this is taken directly from obviously the test map. But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still blockout phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get. You can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault. You can go straight into the pull-ups. And the thing is, what you're seeing here is, while this is just a test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts, we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in, we don't just necessarily rely on you've only got jump. Well, you only can do vault mount.
Right there, we did a jump onto halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around. To the left, to the right, and you can jump off the ladder at any point, slide down, you can do all sorts of things.
We got a bit of a sneak peek at the end.
Yeah.
We're gonna find
the true boss.
We jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the blockout animations. What that is. Someone accidentally put that in there. Anyway.
But the other thing as well, I mean, the other thing to say about the traversal is while we're highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things here, the other thing is that we're also we've taken deep dive on things like the control input. So for example, we've got action coming up. So for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding out shift and left mouse button. And then now what happens now if you then release shift, stop shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting, I'm still holding the input that I want to do. What we're kind of terminology into this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from crouch to transitions, weapon swapping. So that using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. Doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad, or you are using a joystick, or you are using a keyboard, it's easy to use. It's easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environment, missions, the gameplay. So it's something that we're really pushing forward.
In all aspects, right? Prones, one of the things that we're set to be working on here. The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it, and to make everything a lot more fluid. Looking around on the ladder is a good example. But also, on a bigger level, we've done a complete rework on EVA, what we call push and pull. There's physical interaction. I mean, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect when you're in space, pushing yourself off. You don't, for instance, have momentum. So if you push off in a direction, you just keep moving in a direction. The use of it is far more easy. Handling weapons, looking around. Some of the tech that we developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for Prone and a bunch of other stuff. And really, the looking around on the ladders is based on space.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when say push-pull, I mean zero-G push-pull, not trolley push-pull. But we'll talk about that. Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and zero-G, the biggest thing, again, it's just being EVA right now in the star system, and just look left. You don't have a stability of if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change. You move your head and it's the same. Our camera tilts and moves, then you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you're in. It's like, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is a we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the pose for certain circumstances. But it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward. You're not got these legs that are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable. You get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled. So you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction, and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like similar to the IFCS and the ships, that it kind of like counters the forces, and then it allows you to go in that. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. Eventually, we want to be able to turn ships, and that you can take those down.
Well, it's definitely part of the plan.
Absolutely.
The resource network. Segment. That's one of the things.
So all of those tight areas that we've built over the last 10 years now, I suppose. That you can go into those tight areas. You need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime. You can look upside down. You get a good sense of what your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA2. And to be honest, the engineering team has done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around EVA.
And then I'd also say the other thing that I should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron, but you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup is not every spaceship is EVA capable. So we're gonna separate it. Where you have to have like an EVA a rocket for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, push off against them, come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things, close handholds, you can grab them and move around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens. You don't actually need to have your EVA pack, and then the EVA jetpack is if you're in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest, and that will be more fuel. So I think long term in the PU there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay. So if you do I don't know, a boarding action, maybe you need a space suit that has the EVA, or you're doing repairs in space. Yes, you will not be able to have the ship in that outfit right now. But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context. What's like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now everybody runs around big suit of armor, and we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on. You come into a city. You shouldn't be wandering around heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things. Have storage. The physical inventory system as we're starting to roll out. More of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. We have a whole system for outfits now that we're first going to be in Squadron. The PU is designed so there'll be a nice almost like a wardrobe. You can go in and hang up your outfit, switch quickly into another outfit, switch into this clothes, armor. Yeah, so we want it to be your virtual second life, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles. And EVA is one of the minor parts of that. Like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. We should probably run the video.
Good job bringing it back around EVA. Let's take a look at the EVA video. See what we're looking at.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of the EVA. This is what you're seeing here is that you probably see some of the thrusters are not firing because
it's the old VFX. It's also the old VFX code. We haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU versus what we'll have as a new proper like that has the thrusters in the right position when you go forward.
So what you're actually seeing here is you're actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse all the way behind, all the way front.
Right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands to move ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that. We went out to the person here. You sort of see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see later on. Here we go. So we're just sort of pulling ourselves along. And if we wanted to at this point, we could push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here, So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of you're just floating alongside the actual this fin ASRock station, and this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the if you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting. This is where we have zero G push pull. We have the tractor beam kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and both small scale.
Yeah, here's we were before looking around, here's us cutting out the third person to actually show you what your character and body is doing. So there's a lot of, and these are still blocker animations actually. So there'll be a lot more like nuance, fidelity to it. Yeah, you have a lot more control, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think we're going to come up close the glass above it, and you're actually going to see like if you fly into something, you sort of arrest again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down close to it, come down, you'll see as our character comes down here, player comes down here. Put our hands out, brace ourselves on the glass here. So all of that like systemic. That's not marked up or anything. It's all ray casting, seeing of things. Brace yourself against. Hold on, arrest your push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time in engineering on all this. But it's not just for Squadron. It's obviously useful in some of the environments. Squadron, one of them obviously. To look down on the slave on the slave in the earlier scan. But the use of this in the PU is going to be massive.
And also the thing that Chris said there, it's systemic. There's no marker. If you want to climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA. Has a surface. You can put your hands on it. It's got big enough space. Put your hands on it. It will work. So there's no like it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then what we've not been able to show today, which is we do have partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's a hatch to get into a ship. You'll grab onto the handhold, and then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around, and again, you're not locked in, you can look all 360 degrees, you'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, I want to go through this door, and it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments, and fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just.
No, I mean it's massive for the game. So I think there'll be a lot more EVA, still action. The combat's much more stable. I think we'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal that can be built from that. Because we don't really we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like exploring more the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of thing. EVA. I think we all love science fiction. Making these kind of games. That's a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. We spent that is an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work, and bed it in and Squadron. It'll be
because we did two or three iterations. We did 2 or 3 iterations. How we wanted to do it. Did we want to have this one amount of post, put it up right? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it and playing it to feel right. And now you can just you know it when you get it because you can go and you're like this feels really nice, and you just end up flying around the level and connecting things. So this unlocks content for the people.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly as possible. I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on Friday night at the House, that looks just like
Steve Bender?
Yeah. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great. I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential, all kinds of zero-G gameplay.
No, that's great. I mean, this is some other smaller things like we have one other thing here. We have a video for which is it's not as big as a system as like say the EVA replacement, but like the hover troll that we've got. I know that.
I really like the hover troll. I really like it.
Why didn't someone do a hover troll? Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while. But the thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolley, the wheels get caught. It's just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems going upstairs and all the rest, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays. We use it in Squadron for certain things like you'll see in what we show here, but for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because now you have we always had this design for our like bigger cargo containers, right? Ones you pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a gravel system where you stuck in this thing and the gravel lever would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving from physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things, manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. What happens if you turn it on, it goes, and you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, it locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens right now in the inventory system, you put things in your local inventory of your ship or other various inventories. Imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like 16S or whatever, sitting there, and now I can place large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container. I could push it into my ship. Then I could fly it off to some remote planet. Put it next to where I'm camping out. Longer term, maybe a player base or a group of players who decide to take over derelict or something. And I can basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. So I think the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good because it will really play into the cargo logistics that are going to come with that. Because longer term, what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living. Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? If two orcs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra ammo and missiles, all that kind of stuff. weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing, salvaging, okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place to do your repair, maybe there's a field repair right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up, stored it in your container. So there's the possibility is huge, and this is an example of little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing across into the PU, but in the PU they just have a lot more potential. Like
I mean the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approached physical trolleys is that we wanted them to serve two purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is I can move things around. That allows me to create traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box over here and I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or best use case. So at the moment they're just used as enemies. I've seen people fly with missiles at ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which we want to use for cargo loading. Now again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps, different scales. Those ramps are larger. And with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you push them downstairs. You push them up any ramp. The weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account. Hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because let's play the video. Say the video.
We've hyped this up. Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod.
It closes down, it's on the floor, we're going to activate it. Lever takes up, grab levers on. You get hold of it, bam. And by the way, our new interaction system's not working in demo here. It's a separate build. Where, as you can see, it's getting pushed over bulkheads.
But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want physical cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in that you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions on how long it's going to take to load it up, not just buy it from a key, it's going to appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that, and like Chris says, move much larger things than what you'd normally be able to push out a human being.
Yeah, I mean this happens to be just a slaver pod, you're pushing. As long as it's grab lever equipped and has sort of hover device, then like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our graphite technology. So the same, as a dragonfly, or eventually you'll be able to move much larger ships. You need to rearrange them all. When you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet. So you can just push this over planet terrain, don't let go, stay stable, because it doesn't undulate unless there's something actually physically touching. So it allows it to be much more stable. And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes so they won't fall off. Then you'll be able to reliably move them without frustration. Again, you can see some of our design coming through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry, we're trying to remove the control the things that frustrate you as you play the game, and kind of make a lot simpler.
I see this and all I can think of is Spock and Photon Torpedo.
That's true.
Very cool. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the first person. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. Let's move up into spaceships. Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day we had our flight experience segment where they talked about master modes, quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work Squadron 42. And anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is The difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is RT0, you know, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. We put the flight HUD. Now we want to do this section. And what happens is maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. So with Squadron development, what it allows us to do is look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You need to know your G-forces, heading direction, and I need to know my ammo, and master modes is a good way of going down that road. Is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal, and we want to have combat. So if you've got the combat, you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach. Okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not. If you're in space, maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. You know, your MFD. If you're in SCN, what do you really care about? You care about your health, your weapons, your target's health. How they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to look at them.
Yeah. Fighting environment, you're flying around it. I mean, one of the big things that big initiative on the vehicle side Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems and basically where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flashes, which is what the MFD displays. And on the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff there all the time. We want to be more contextual. So yeah, and we're doing this in an overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So you know, most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. In Need for multiple speeds that saw earlier. You sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting, whether you want to be able to cast up, say your target status, or ship status, your visor. That won't be the case for everything. Every suit, for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, I don't know, a Gladius or Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old Rust like an Aurora.
What was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it? All the HUD was on there. Well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, Caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You wouldn't cast your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFD. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, and all the ships are also building the ability. There's not a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a ship basis, and you can set up. I want this display to be this, or this display this. I want this to cast here, and so it's all been built around building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, clean approach. So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of early
foundation.
There's a little further before it's all fully polished or ready to show. But it's going to be, I think, a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around, besides the different modes of combat, traversal, and all the rest of stuff. It's how you get the information and how it's related to you is going to be much better.
And it's huge in combat. It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either we're obviously trying to bring combat closer. Obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there. You want to have that spatial awareness of okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of again a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we talked about in terms of right now if you go into the PU or when you play Squadron level,
100 players,
you just get billions of markers, and it's just massive information overload. And some players,
it was definitely a problem.
Absolutely.
Quite a few areas in the game where there's massive amounts of shit.
Yeah, and some players can deal with it, but it's just so much information. It's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that again you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So we're relying less on all these markers. We want to put more focus on your radar in the cockpit because you have a radar. Fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have world AR markers. 20 guys. We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD. Because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs. You've got a cockpit radar. They're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times. The MFDs still in Flash, building block. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision. There's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay. Now I'm in this combat mode. Okay, they're cats, so I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be okay. I should be able to go in there, select targets. Get that information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look at the space station. There's another guy coming in. We want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything and only reliance on marking things that are important to you or you've directly marked yourself. And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships, it's just a lot. It's a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus on being the best pilot. I think it's really important.
And I would say that we're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar slash like never had in the PU. The original design was that the radar that you would see would also scale up. Or you would scale out basically to be a nav map, your star map, your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, we're like, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, we'll use your Moby Glass version, and we're still using Moby Glass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, zoom all the way to the radar level, zoom all the way out to the star map, and we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So you can be zoomed in, and if you're looking at your radar, and you can mouse over contacts, and you get the information, click them, and then that one out selects your target, and do a lot of things that haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just focusing on certain things. If they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all that's example on the vehicle side where we're really trying to bring that all in, as well as this other thing doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, we've just that's in process right now. But yeah, you'll click a button, and you'll see your character. Click, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive. Just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use of the information, presenting to you well, and you can have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important.
And a certain level of customization. Some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others, and stuff like that.
Well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we found to the PU in Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be. Because right now you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We have this smaller radar scanning on the FPS. We have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side, that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting, your local environment. And when I say small, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scanway, and that should be giving information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where Q-Boost comes in, you're Q-boosting to these locations, you're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's a million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that we're not cramped in. Because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about things about the environment, and the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big dark place. So we need that. We want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like you've
got to fly to them to investigate. So I think that's a good example of Squadron that we were also looking at, like, how do we solve the problem of your patrolling an area, right? It's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and I radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was controlling a large space. And so we sort of were thinking about how really if we think about it, there's like short range, which is what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and really should be in the PU, which is what's that over there? 10,000 away. The equivalent of being on a planet. There's a mountain over there. I can see it. I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there. I'll walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with the sort of scanning is like, the wave goes out, you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say there's something. There's a point of interest. So you'll be able to map things, and then we need to get there. But the quantum travel, spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole. The idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal, where it allows you probably about the speed of full quantum travel. Sort of not using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly, and also appreciate the environment you're going through, and get over there. I go up to the mountain, and see what's like. There's trees here. That's really cool. That's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU when this rolls into the PU. Now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So for instance, you could be
never had.
You could be in a big nebula gas cloud and scan and you I get a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over. Oh, I come up. Oh, look, it's a derelict, or there's an abandoned mining station. There's a group of rocks over here. I go over here, and we can even in the PU be in a case where you can sort of almost procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan. You can go and visit. So I think the whole idea of three sort of levels of one is you sort of regular non-quant where you're using a regular thrusters, which is much more limited, and works for combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of fast run over to a place, and then there's the quantum travel, which is the really long. I'm going to go to this planet that's 500 kilometers away, and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open up a huge amount in the PU. I mean, it definitely makes a big difference in the gameplay. I mean, makes the exploring in Squadron in space feel much bigger, because that was the thing we're trying to follow. And I think it's a problem in PU right now. It's sort of like most of it is
point to point.
It's empty for you, right? It's like you spend your time around space stations or some asteroids here around the planet. But we want to open it up a bit more and have that idea of I can detect something. I want to investigate. So the whole sort of exploration, investigative gameplay that can happen in space now because of these different modes of travel and scanning is going to be a huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube, don't know what this looks like. Let's take a look at the quantum boost clip that we have, so we can see it one more time here.
So just to call out, that's going to be the old.
That is the old.
That's the next old. Earlier we were showing the old.
So we've done a scan here. That's also the old point of interest. Point of interest point. But basically we've done a scan. We've got some interest that are multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It's 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for quantum boost. Again, you can just boost over there. And it obviously has this interactive gameplay which obviously went into.
And this, by the way, is all program progress on the quantum boost. Because you're going to have to stay in the zone to keep and boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here. So what it's allowing you to have that sort of mid-level traversal, investigate things without having to spend forever 1,200 meters per second or traveling over too quickly.
So just to clarify again, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate, we're now moving away from. And
basically it's the same as the style Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU. So what you have in the PU is the generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now. We're in the process of the change. So it's a lot of programmer. You even saw it the need for speed segments, whereas a lot of the mode stuff and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. When the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And I don't know if it was clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we saw that we were originally in SCM standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just a spool up as you go into quantum mode. Your shields powered down. So you there is some risk when you're in the fast traversal mode, and the quantum drive powers up once it's spooled up, and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just you press shift, and it's instant.
And so for people that want to go, what's over there? People will be wanting to. I just want to free quantum, right? There's people wanting to do that for a while.
It's like getting on your horse. Getting on your horse.
Second start of the right. Straight on till morning. So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes. We'll obviously show as we get closer to being ready to show those. You talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini-map. There's also the mini-map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini-map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially it encapsulates the star map. It encapsulates what's in your cockpit. And it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have a radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your mobile or be on your HUD. A way for you to get the spatial awareness when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned by the FPS radar scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the mini-map. So if you go into, say, a known location, let's say you go to Microtek, that landing zone essentially that will be pushed to your glass. So you'll be able to then load up the mini-map and go, okay, how do I get out there? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen. They're like, where do I go? So it'd be nice for us to be able to go. Here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go. Open up my map. It's like, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're an environment is not, say let's say you go to a demoed outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go. Or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen's one of its strengths is its scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand, navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, how do you play the game? How do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand. And then it's like, where do I need to go? Okay, well, this allows you, this allows you to go, oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, this is how I get to this area. And we can provide missions that allow people to navigate to those places, so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to certain. Because everybody, if somebody says to me, tomorrow, come out to my house, or go here, just give them a postcode, put it in GPS. Everybody's so exactly.
You need the street level version of it. So we've long wanted this. I mean, very critical for Squadron, but it's also I think important for the PU. The concept is some of the maps are readily available. You walk into a city, and the terminal auto connects to your Mobi or whatever. You get the map downloaded. Some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it. Just like a sort of more traditional mapping technique. And there'll be some cases we have some stuff in Squadron which I think play perfectly well in PU, where you don't have the map initially, but hack in, or you can download it into a system like ASRock as an example. We've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. One of the very it's a minor location but since we showed it,
it's just a good backdrop.
Rather than just grey boxes. But that would be an example of the layout. But you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini-map. So what we have is footage here, which is showing how the visuals, the mini-map
in terms of sort of an isometric render
in engine,
in the engine UI that will essentially become your minimap, but you'll have a more sort of reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor. But it's essentially what it does is taking our existing layouts, levels, ships. So we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking certain objects to be displayed, like before gets displayed, but the walls don't. So we can take the existing geometry you already have streamed, walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our minimap. So this is essentially in the engine using the Idris ship itself and the various parts of its interior to create the minimap without any special. This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for other than some of the like level things that say ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detail because the environment's already in a good state straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that when it's the feature is ready to go, prime time, we can just apply it to space stations.
Yeah, because a lot of traditional game development, you have to make custom. So you look at environment, you have to make a custom environment minimum. If we want to support lots, tens, hundreds, and thousands of locations,
especially for the
and absolutely, it's just not viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use. With minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all the information we want. And this minimap is not just oh, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. Again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the minimap, this is a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar gives you so much more information than just that's the name of the door. It tells you state. Can I hack it? If it's a person, what's their active engine? If you're coming into here and going, I'm trying to do a medical mission on marker. Cool. I can get a local live. This person's injured. Oh, his body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury. I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out because I can see. And you'll be able to see that via this information.
Yeah, it allows you to detect saboteurs or intruders, but then using like the relay where the saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses, start hiding themselves from
this will also underpin resource net.
Yeah, so exactly the same visuals and plan to drop into the sort of resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship, where your relays or security resources, which doors are open or closed, basically will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about flight experience and scanning, minimap stuff. Now from ourselves and our ships, talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter. Talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the years as I've worked in games, and Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI is simpler AI, that you have a really good solid foundation and you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the time that's been there, I think it's had lots of different iterations, it kind of lost its way a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and we say
also know the AI has never really had
tuning time.
No, exactly. The focus.
And it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out. And there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had to focus on it because you're playing and with the servers running 6 frames a second. There's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps. Because we're okay. Don't worry about that. I'm sorry that AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the time. The PU. It's a combination of it's older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of servers. What's going to happen? Server meshing makes a big difference for that. There's other things that are happening in the background. Will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding interest and complexity and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you, and not be creatures. Quiet about that. But not get tied up in some other problems with multiplayer online servers, and make that work really good as a single player, having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like I'm not shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the latest stuff's going to trigger in the PU. I think it'll be a whole different experience. I won't argue it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not like if you're doing a standard FPS game, Call of Duty, like the narrative, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make it seem intelligent, but really they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, all the different planets, all the different locations of the planets, or up in a spaceship, all these different situations the AI could be in. There's no way you could script. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. The AI team has been working a long time. Jessica Rakucci doing a great job. And we absolutely turned the corner this year because I've both me and Rich actually we were playing it when some of the blast systems came in, and it was challenging to say the least, and challenging in a good way. Like the fact that we were like, we want to clear everyone out, like we're running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out. And I mean, Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't managed to get it. But I was like going home. I downloaded the build at home. I'm like, damn it, I'm going to finish this level. Like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was like Elden Ring from software. Like, I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting a headshot, or anything where it was like, okay, the AI is supernatural, and shoot you. It was like they were moving around, anticipating where you were doing, they were trying to flank your areas, and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors that we've been working on in terms of like realistic perception, like they can hear a sound around the corner, but if you were 3-4 doors away or whatever, maybe they wouldn't hear you if you dropped something, and see where you were, see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have ways of approaching, searching for you, fighting you, whether they're more aggressive and they're pushing towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover. They're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done. So on the AI side, I'm actually feeling like it's going to be some great stuff. And so that is going to be stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU, and it'll be really cool. But I don't know if Rich wants to add.
Well, I need to add something because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we own everything. Well, actually, I was back to that. That's going to be the title. Well, it's interesting. What we talked about is we identified everything that was there. When I came on, I wanted to understand where we're talking years now. Okay, what is there? How do we want to change it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
Subsumption or how the navigate around the world. It's more about the bits that you go and you tune, bits you tweak. And we call them behaviors, like AI behaviors. So what we did is we pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially three base behaviors. Essentially defender, so I want to stable cover and defend location. A strafer who kind of wants to get siege and wants to go behind you, and then pushes that kind of want to put pressure onto. So we wanted to create these three core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose combat behaviors. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you, so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them. Obviously, you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafe and 2 pushers. And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. You can never re-roll as another behavior. Or I want him to be like a turret, so he can never move from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to be aggressive, be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and say we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. That you can go, these 3 is that a fun experience. Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. Go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in bringing air reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push quite aggressive because that's whether it's Ninetales or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different, and then you add different weapons in there. So you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges, and all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into the hundreds that allows us to have a really strong combat experience that is not the same. It's not, starts a game that you're going to be playing for hundreds of hours. You don't want to just play the same combat experience over and over again. Vice versa in Squadron, we want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweak that and read that in a way that allows us you come around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. To be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing because they're just computers. They know where you are. They know exactly. They don't have to mouse aim. Instant headshot. It's very easy to make too hard. What is no, exactly. What we want to make it challenging, but fair. And that is when Chris was talking about playing through ASRock. Even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that even a soldier. They don't immediately have a target and pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on. They've got a bit of time. And then what we want to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based model now, so that if they do miss, and you're getting that sense of like, it's kind of going past your head, okay, I'm under pressure, and we want the AI to pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, like, how did he shot me through a box? It's like, you know, oh, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him, you're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we want to put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active, how do they perceive you in combat, and then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passives, we've played it, it's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is things that we're going to be adding even more. So we've got versions of them doing medic behavior, reviving allies, ammo management, all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on. But they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back, just to those three base behaviors and push it straight, is it fun? Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to be fun here. You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Especially in Squadron, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. You know, fighter pilots don't go in and they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, or you want to do trading. So when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push it into persistent universe.
Yeah, and I mean, thrown away as was
disingenuous.
But basically, game development is iteration, right? So you have V1, you have V2, you have V3. V1 was the very first basic combat behavior. It was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, all this other stuff.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behavior.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartender, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors. There is social. Social AI stays more messal. But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting, how we want to have more close combat. Things like accuracy and behaviors and how they can roll different traits and traits. That's something that we'll have holistically across AI across our system as a whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that we've showed the clip.
So let's start some videos.
So what I'd suggest, we'd probably show investigation first.
The outside, you just talked about combat. There's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because like I said, stealth game a lot.
Yes.
So Squadron is the test bed for that. Investigation. Someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out. They radio back to base or their buddy. Hey, I heard something. They get a gunfight. They could call back. Hey, I need reinforcements. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And on top of that, making a joke about the bartender and all the rest of it. But really, the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just bartender or people even chow line. It's engineers going about daily business, or a janitor cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or for instance,
flight attendant, hangar.
Yeah, the hangar. Basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, the whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on, that allows our AI aboard the stands interest that you're based.
And it's huge. And it's conversation. When you're playing through it a level, and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
But the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people on patrol, controlling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear, so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also, there's dynamic. So people can sort of, whether it's in a mess or they sit down, they just start up a conversation, talking about the most recent vid show they saw, talking about what they think the best ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating a recording. But that's also into the P. It's going to create a huge amount of light. So when you go into a bar in the P, or you're wandering around the big point of interest, the city, people will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, I heard there was something went on, the Nine Tails, torn their eyes, but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and we'll look at some of the combat stuff you're talking about.
So we've actually got two videos. The investigation and the test map. What you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted. That this is something that we just. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would play out 20 different ways.
So the one individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that colour.
So that's the player.
This is essentially a standard for the player. The other two AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres are basically hiding a cover spot. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out and cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room. They're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming over, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his body. Once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here you'd hear them talking to each other. Yeah, where is he? And again, we've got vents in here. Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically checking the usables, checking the cover points. You can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones bottom right, and the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space because that's where they're not in here. They're going to go this way.
There's only one set of ones left. Going to check it. It's going to come through here. Cleared those. Going around here. And
fire away!
And what you're seeing here with the bar, starts something that we added for the perception. So you start off in green, and it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, it's into full combat. But the previous states are kind of levels. They go up based on different levels. So a green might be just right senior. That's the equivalent of going, huh? Did I see something?
By the way, in the game, you don't.
No, that's our debug.
That's just indicating the level and the level in the game would be.
But we'll have audio representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then, maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the red, where it's like, there's a depth here. And once they've threatened, like in most games, if you wait a long time, then de-escalate to the green. It's like their minds have been MOB, flashed through memory, it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go into threatened state. And in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see, he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone wild, and then tried to hide, you can't just go, they'll forget about it. It has memory, and that will be the case. And that will be the case as it is in Squadron.
So that was on a test.
Yes.
We do have an example of it working.
Yep.
So let's take a look at the real deal.
So here is in ASRock, here is in ASRock area, decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance. Catch you, and then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the thing behind the curtain, what they actually do. They're checking cover points. They're checking the usables that are there. You know, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video. If we actually failed, they pincered the player, and they actually found you before we were able to show you, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social into combat, so that you can actually play through the game.
Better check that out.
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set up, like looking and checking, okay, is there anything there? Nothing there, and again, he's sharing that information with his buddy. So if you've got two, three, four AI that are searching, and obviously they're sharing and talking to each other, letting them know that nobody's found you.
You may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. If you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents. One of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross who captured all these videos. I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand about the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different. And this is where we have to make sure that the AI that we're working, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
That's hiding from the AI. Let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is we wanted to kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we just turn God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover point. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who's kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now there are some similarities between all the behaviours, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, pusher for example can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still defend cover to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behaviour so that the AI provides something different. It also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. Right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is to react to the AI because they're pushing and challenging. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made a mistake eventually, or if you do, they get taken out. I want to get some of that God mode.
And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version. Again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in, and they roll the dice. They don't always become defenders or pushers or strafers. It can be random every time. So the combat experience is different. And you might all be pushers, you might all be defenders. But the way it works is, if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you yourselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the pattern.
And the other thing you might notice as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on base crouch, mantle, climb ladders,
jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traverse. They sort of understand the environment, how to traverse over other than just flat ground. And of course, some of that, I think you saw some of that he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed, and hit him. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier. because like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI perfectly all the time. They know exactly where you are, They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making them feel real. You're playing against another real player or a human.
All right. Well, we are just out of time. We've got two more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about skills. There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of two areas. One is physical attributes. So we have four physical attributes, such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go. The way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you may get stronger. So you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much. So you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. You know, your force reactions, you're more resistant, you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance. So that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, they have cold weather. You can survive in harsh climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and redout, so that pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person. And then you have fitness. For example, you can have a high stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer. You can hold your breath. You can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes, and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. We're not going to be removing any of the skill elements, so there's nothing that we're going in there going more damage, or we're going to fly the plane better. No, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. Like I said, how fast you can sprint, how far you can sprint, all of those different things that tie into physical.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
You've got to spend. If you want to increase your strength. Yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and start lifting weights, I can do whatever I can. Like bench press 100 pounds, I can do 120, now I can do 140, now I can do 160, now I can do 180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right at the beginning. You had to work the same if you're like running, work your way up to a marathon. So that's kind of the idea, is there are things that you do during the gameplay that your gameplay can add to it. But if you want to take some time and go to the gym, do some squats, you can get some strength up. Again, that's part of making the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill into being able to aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character's going to be. I mean, Squadron's one thing. Squadron's one thing. I'm a cargo hauler. Probably don't really need to be all buff and everything, because I'm sitting there in my caterpillar, hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. If I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun it.
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same, if you're wearing heavy armor, and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into skilling up your character because you're that's the dedicated area of focus that you want. You can run further. You can carry things that are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you and affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills, but a good one to how to explain it is it's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite. It's going to take quite a long time. You might struggle and eventually you take them down. The guy over there heard good. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time, that you practice at them, then you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
All the versions of takedown, sloppy to super killer.
Yeah, and at the end. Yeah, and at the end, like straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for like melee, like fist fight,
melee combat,
knife fight. Longer term, we want to sort of more PU, not squadron. Introduce, say more moves you can do in fights, say martial arts, whatever. You have to go somewhere,
or traversal,
and learn them from someone, and then do it a bit more, and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain, and that's kind of like you said, the idea of sort of the skills and techniques that we want to introduce. Because again, this is going to be a really huge, deep world, and sort of up to you how you want to actually build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays, or Formula One card races, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They're not just they don't just go get in the car and the car does everything.
It's not the 70s.
No, exactly. You don't have a pilot.
They go try to race a Formula One, or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialise your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it that. If all you care about is flying ships, if you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility, or I want to level up endurance, because endurance allows me to hold more G's. So that guy was going to black out. I'm not going to be able to do it. And it's those 1% differences that allow you to put some effort into do. And you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them. Like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, that's the equivalent of crouched essentially. It's like we will allow you to do things like that if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself. But you'll also just be able to level them by naturally what you like in the game.
Pilates area, and making
average. Well, we went all the and then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last about, is the way that you sort of track this, same way as watch on here, and I can have health app that will tell me kind of how unfit I am, or how fit I am. Unfortunately, it's mostly unfit. But that will be essentially one of the class, and then one of the last things that we were going to talk about as far as Squadron is there's a complete redo of the Moby Glass. And the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military Moby Glass. You don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU. But it's a framework that we're building almost like our own operating system. And it's all in building blocks. So all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is nicer transitions, much better before between the modes, and in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of my health and stats, but also here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of playing the game. Here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel. The ship WhatsApp, basically. Obviously your nav map, star map,
and Galactopedia,
so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference, not the military version, but civilian version. But it will all go in the same framework, using the same basic. So one of the things that we've been really trying, not just on the Mobi, but on the HUD, and the MFDs, is they're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff, so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old flash scale form system, the new building blocks. It's really hard to extend stuff right now, and so one of the big obstacles to doing features is actually the UI. And so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just clean the house, make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier and simpler. So I don't know if you want to say anything more.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have.
Throw the mobile glasses. Take a look. Take a look.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now, kind of like the overview. So the overview of your player, the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. And all of these widgets that we call are kind of shortcuts to kind of the main focus areas.
As you go to the other page.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like the email client. And on the right we've got the ship chat that's coming in with general chit chat from the AI, which again, it's kind of making it believe that you're in this believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old.
Yeah, and it's just a lot cleaner, and the information is something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD, the Mobi, is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean.
You can see like the alerts now cleared from the messaging app, because we've read the message, but there was an alert down on our mission side here, but now we've gone and looked at it, it's clear. So that's the system, that's a framework. So like inside you'll get notifications. Oh look, I got a new message over here, I'll click over to it. Now we're back.
And the biggest thing as well is when you, it's like in everyday life, everybody pretty much interfacing with emails and Google Chrome, search engines. Everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like the Mobi Glass, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. Like, okay, this is intuitive to use, and it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barriers, removing the complexity, so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to do, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions. You want to go and get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, when we look at from player interaction experience to improve traversal, to improve HUD, star map. Mobi is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this information, but we want to provide it in a way that you can go and go. We don't need to reinvent how you read emails. Or we don't need to reinvent how you understand the mission. And you want to have the information on your Mobi. Tell me what is my environment outside? Is it breathable? Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? Is it cold? You look at an Apple Watch. Or my wife has an Apple Watch. She's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen. You need to have that information at your fingertips, so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to do. And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you know, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to, you know, you've got to decide what you need to take out with your specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand why we've got an eating and drinking system, or active status, or injuries, red outs, you know, inventory, and hover trolleys, and physicalized nature of the world. And when you put it all together, which is we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. You know, we're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today. Is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, oh, we're going to do this in 2 years, we're going to do this. It's a lot of it we've already done. And we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of systems that we're really, you know, confident in, technically, and from a design point of view, so that we can build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale Star Citizen, because we've got mini environment, Squadron, like the test bed, proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who just specifically PU content, they've got an example of how to use these systems. They understand how you know other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, how their game, how their code. There's cool. Taichi, I know how to go to.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing, because building the feature with the content means okay, you're doing some of the traversal stuff. Here's where you're using it. Here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means that the PU team that's now going, oh, we want to do 10 of those, or 100 of those, has good examples of how to use it, rather than here's a feature, you figure it out, because again, that was a lot of things that went in were that, you know, it's like trolleys, example, or the mounted gun, they're just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, you know, I mean, there's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this.
Yeah, this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things we're working on, because we know that people say, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive. And that's absolutely we know, and we're working on it. And the plan is definitely going to be the PU and Squadron is working on the PU too. Everybody.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the Precision Universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42, the co-development of two projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen? What do you got?
I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop two games side by side, also while you're building as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time. And it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, you know, we want to work on this thing, work on this sort of stuff. Really talked about this time. But you know, for me. It's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing both Squadron, but also Star Citizen. You know, ultimately, I think Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship
looking at your interior here. Look at this. Look at Constellation Phoenix. And walking outside onto a planet, looking at the foliage and the trees, and seeing a mountain in the distance, walking over and being able to actually go there rather than just be a background that you can never reach. The scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything. That is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. They're limited to spaces. We're utilizing Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience. It sort of feels like you're in a huge play environment system traverse around. And we talked about the various types of quantum travel you're using, all the different down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone. A player is a complete. I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. It's a dream I've had my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is something I'm always eternally grateful for, and it's the best job in the world. So as much as it can be difficult sometimes, frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something's not working. What kind of idiot did this, or which doesn't this person know how to run a project and all the rest of the stuff. It's still the best. It's still the job in the world. So
you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything. You need a thick skin. At the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. It's a bit of a Pandora's box when we realize we have the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage pitching a much more limited sort of privateer, freelancer online, and next generation wing commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope, possibility, and the idea that you do and be anything. And if you can think it, imagine it, see it, you can go there, do all those things. That is like I said, I think there's almost nobody out there in the industry that has got the opportunity to do that. We're getting to do that. We're getting to do that thanks to everyone that's supporting the project. So like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it. But it's not because we're just sitting here eating bonbons. Working really hard. And it's exciting. For me, I look at things we have in development, how far we've come, how far the game itself, even Star Citizen, this year there's more people playing it, there's more, spending more time than last year than the year before. We're accelerating. I think that's partly a testament to the game itself over the last few years has become more stable, more performant, there's been more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things to go, we talked about a lot of things we want to improve. It's more of a yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back, despite the frustration. Right? I think it's right, and I think that sense of you being able to go and do anything in the universe, and we're really committed to making that, finishing that off, and making that a really great experience. That's frictionless. So while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pipe, beyond what we already have here. it's a good time to be making games.
It is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. I think video games. Strangely, people, video games get this reputation because it's hard work, because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job, it's a pain and whatever. But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. There's nothing else. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind the scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow?
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback, Spectrum, online, the comments on Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's been come to the game over the years. We've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that with some of the systems that are not as forefront in people's minds, such as like the interaction system and how you interface with the game, the controls and the action queuing and traversal. And I think the biggest takeaway for me when I start to look at all these features is that don't think of it as feature. We're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together, and we can sit down and play it. And whilst there already is a game there, this is about making what's better, even better, and making sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with, that we're smoothing them over, removing the friction, and then about new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's in the next few years, it's going to be really exciting times. As Chris said, lots of things in the pipe. I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. I think that's going to be a huge improvement, and I think that will if you're a developer, it's something that's really important. Make sure that your game is. If they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we are. We're getting close, at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you see here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the mobile, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay. Everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So thank you, Chris, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect you. We are just about to wrap up our entire CitizenCon day here. Before we do, I want to throw back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things in the community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time. And when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to take a look. So take a look.
What my favorite thing about the community is.
Am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support.
The only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen games and I've seen a lot of games. I've seen players.
They're right there with us throughout the whole process. Unlike anything I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are to
new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
Found it very wholesome. When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
their effort they put into creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV.
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art drive that you see come out. Fantastic. How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss.
The new and exciting ways they find.
Break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team, so I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool. That's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to bar citizen, it's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person, even if they're like really frustrated. You can tell it's just they have so much love for it.
I really like when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
How they're always interested in what's coming out. I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
Call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for what did we do right, what did we do wrong, what did we do wrong.
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
And the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back when in 2015. I thought I had it, but I don't remember. It needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand to a full-size replica sandcastle with 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub, and we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people, play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have the space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each other.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming. In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank you. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between three post options. So that would be an audio, and a video, and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and a description in there. But also to pick and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to. And that comes and play into the Discover page.
On the Discover page, you can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the community hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new community hub. You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now. You have a tutorial section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The community hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we really hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay. It's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts. So make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think. And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new community hub, it's live right now.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now. I don't know what time I watch this. Says it's like 12:30 in the morning. One last thing before we let you go, because we have more endings than Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event. The new Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We have a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So throw it to Atmo.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Demo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
Atmo volunteers create events with a massive sandbox gaming environment. And we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organisers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their vein. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's going to change the way we play the game. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And well, that's it. Another CitizenCon in the bag. The debut of our new home for our evergreen, recurring weekly video content for the foreseeable future. Hope you enjoyed it. There's a ton of information that I'm sure is going to feed our content creators in the community for months to come. But the last word on things shouldn't come from me. Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our Steam group, of guests and visitors. Chris. Hold on. Let me get in here.
Get in here.
What do you want to say?
I think I've said quite a lot already. I don't really need to see that anymore. Well, let me start. Back into. All I'm going to say is that we wouldn't be here without all of you that have supported us over these years and believed in the project, and the world, and the universe. I know everyone meets everyone from the community out here really appreciates the sense of support and love that puts in from your side, from our side into the project. So we really appreciate that. This year's CitizenCon didn't quite have the big flashy demos that we've had in the past, because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working on getting streaming out, and 318, which hopefully we're going to get this coming week, right? Aaron, right? Maybe.
Absolutely worth it.
Yep. So we'll see Guillaume over here. He's not Mike, so he can't really say much. But he's our director of development, Star Citizen Live. So we're working hard on that for this year. So that's going to be a massive patch with a lot of features and gameplay in it. And of course, very hard on Squadron 2. But it's been a great time. It's been an amazing ride so far. Looking forward to the future. So you did get someone to be twinsies.
Yes.
And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday, Star Citizen.
Cheers.
Let's throw it to Atmo. Bye, everybody.
Goodbye. Next year.
Cheers.